Hello and welcome everybody to the 2025 Weston Twilight meet. We're at Weston High School tonight for the sprints meet. The distance events are going on over at Regis College. We have a live stream for that as well if you're interested in watching some distance events. That's also available on the Bay State Running YouTube channel. This meet is brought to you by Marathon Sports and Hoka. Right now we got the girls 400 meter hurdles lined up on the track. Had a bit of a delay due to thunderstorms and rain coming through the area. But now it is a beautiful sunset and we're ready to go to get this meet underway. So we're about an hour behind schedule, but hopefully things will go quickly from here. They have announced that we will be reseeding things in case people have left or scratched from their events, so we might have fewer heats than we originally did on the schedule. All right, we're off with our first heat. Once again, this is the 400 meter hurdles. Looks like we do have a full heat in this second heat. All 6 lanes filled. All right, this is heat 6. Looks like we're going to have 8 total. Be Concilio of Ashland taking that one in lane 1.
Weston, let's make some noise. Here they come. Let's bring these athletes home. They can't hear you, Weston. Make some noise.
A late push there from Gibson of Westfield.
Here, Weston. We're going to have our first seeded heat of the evening. Girls, 400 hurdles. Seeded heat is on
I believe
the
that's
line.
Gibson, as long as these heat sheets are correct. Which there is a good chance they are not, because they are reseeding events tonight due to the delay. We're going to have a decent amount of scratches, so they did say they would be reseeding to kind of speed things along.
We are off. Seeded heat.
So this is heat 8 of 8, the final heat of the girls' 400-meter hurdles.
This is the seeded heat.
And looks like McClellan of North Reading
Juliana Lagore, one of the best athletes.
getting to the hurdles first. We'll see what happens coming off the turn here.
Heavy race. Here's the talent.
She's going to take this one by a decent margin there.
Hurdle crew.
Or we'll just take a second for the hurdles to get raised and moved.
Weston, Massachusetts. We have our first winner today. Let's make some noise to get out of the building, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give the warm applause of Weston young lady for the last 2 years. She's one of the best to ever do it. Juliana, you're taking your talent to University of Penn. Can you show the next
Oh, excuse me. The winner of that last event was Lagore of North Reading, not McClellan of North Reading. But North Reading did go 1-2. So that pair really crushing the hurdles today. So official time on that was 101.23 by Lagore, which is #1 in Massachusetts this year and currently 15th in the U.S. Our top 3 actually all went 1, 2, 3 this year for the 400 hurdles. It is early in the season, but definitely some impressive times. So seems like it was worth it for them to hang around after that thunderstorm. All right, first heat of the boys is off. We've only got 2 athletes in this one. Looks like we've got Mako of Westford and Correa of Amherst Pelham. Oh, excuse me, that's John Day of Lowell on the outside. Lane 3, Correa is empty. Got a pretty tight race. John Day coming up on the outside. Little stumble over that last hurdle, but he's going to take the first heat. All right, we got 4 in this one. Got a close race coming off the turn. Gonna be about even here. That's O'Keefe of LS and O'Connor of Longmeadow. It's like O'Connor surging ahead. See if O'Keefe can catch him. He does. So O'Keefe of LS takes that second heat. All right, heat 3, we might have our first full section. Maybe just 5, actually. Looks like we're missing lane 2. Oh. Somebody missed the start there. So now we're down to 4. This is going to be Pimenta of Concord Carlisle in the lead. And he holds off the charge there by DeGrenier of Wayland on the outside. On to heat 4. We're going to have 7 heats total tonight. All right, now we do finally have our full heat. Looks like a good lead there on the inside, lane 1. That's Colin Harrison of Newton North. He's got a few steps on the rest of the field. We'll see how they respond around the turn. All right, still leading into the straightaway, but now he's got company here. That's Silva of Haverhill, as well as Cotter from Danvers. They're going to go right to the line, but it's going to be Silva in lane 5 that takes that. All right, we only got 3 in this one. Sternloff of Newton South, Michal of Peabody, and Gilio Durja of Newton South. Lanes 3 and 4 electing to use blocks. Going into the back turn, Gilio Durja with a slight lead. It's like Michal's catching him, though, coming onto the final straight. Yeah, so Osama Michal's going to take that. Looks like just over a minute. All right, into heat 6 here. We've got Rosen of Chelmsford in lane 1. We've got Skiba of Ludlow in lane 2. Lane 3 looks to be empty as of right now. Lane 4 is going to be Regan of Walpole. 5 also will be empty, looks like. And then 6 is going to be Hardin of Lowell. All right, penultimate heat is off. Looks like Skiba of Ludlow with a pretty good lead. Looks pretty smooth over those hurdles. Little stutter there, lost some momentum. See if we can get that back. Clips last hurdle, but has enough of a lead to not make a difference. And last heat, looks like we've got 1 through 5 filled. So another Michal of Peabody, Cable of St. John's, Kyle of Westford, Lamar of Pembroke, and Kulabaya of Woburn. And our official in lane 6. He's a late entry. All right, here we go. Final heat of the boys' 400-meter hurdles. Oh, great start there in lane 3. That's Ryan Kyle of Westford. Already got a solid lead, only 150 meters in. Yeah, and he's got quite a lead coming onto the straightaway. He is the favorite in this race by almost 2 seconds. And looks like he might live up to that seed time here. Looks like that's going to be 53 low. 53 mid maybe, which would be over a second off of his seed time. So that was a great race for Kyle of Westford. To see the official results on that one, but that looked like it was a huge PR. All right, now we're taking the hurdles off the track for the 200 meters. And this is going to be prelims for the 200 meters. Schedule is going to go 200 prelims, 100-meter prelims, hurdle prelims, 110 and 100 hurdle prelims, and then 400 final, then 200 final, 100 final, 100 and 110 final, and then we're going to finish up with some relays. We got 2 SMRs tonight, as well as the 4x2 and a mixed 4x4. So still lots of racing to go tonight. We already got the lights on, as we did start over an hour late, so. This one is going to be going pretty far into the night, I think. Yeah, so official results for the 400-meter hurdles are in. Ryan Kyle runs a 53.38. Takes over a second off of his PR. That is a Massachusetts state lead by over 2 seconds. We're going to have 6 heats of the girls' 200-meter prelims.
We have trials coming up. So for now, the top 8 fastest times will advance.
I'm your swaz, bitch. I'm so Kate. I'm your swaz. This is Kate, by the way. What? Wait, I do like one capital Z. That was so funny. This is Kate, by the way.
All right, first heat is away.
And this is the first heat, girls 200 meters.
Hashtag not giving it back.
Gonna have lanes 1 through 4 here. It's Chloe Elder in lane 3 taking this one.
I did that. No, I did that.
Big win there, runs 25 point.
But that's because it's my spam. Like, I think if it's your spam post, then it's like fine. Like, I did radar dripping instead of 10. No. Because like when you like comment and you rate your friend.
So we'll keep an eye on those top 6 times that will move on to the finals.
I don't fuck with that.
Girls trials.
Hashtag not giving it back. Lil Z posted Big Marge. Big Marge. Not that kind of, you know what kind of big in parentheses. Big Marge content.
All right, second heat off. Got a full heat this time. And once again, lane 3 with a lead coming off the turn. That's going to be Lee Bowens of Middleborough. And she's going to accelerate down this final straightaway. Be another 25 mid there.
Has nothing mysterious about him. That's just like not your nickname. That's like oh, but this is on for spam.
Looks like we ran out of blanks there.
Oh, or they did like average rate.
Maybe they got wet.
I should probably repost this actually, because like that is actually really impressive. Actually, do I really want to be that person? I never posted this last week. I will repost some solid shit she does for some reason. That's actually that's like the most ultra sweet. But I low-key am.
All right, 5 girls in this one. This is heat 3. That's Gentile of Algonquin. Another 25 mid.
Can I repost it? If you have a public account, I can. I thought if you're tagged. No, it's only if you have a public.
Heat 4, girls 200 meter trials is on.
All right, so as of right now, top 6 is a 27-17. So, gonna need to run under that to make it into the finals. We've had 3 girls dip into the 25s. Excuse me, 4 actually. Yeah, Bennett won that last heat in a 25-8-6. So we have Elder, Lee Bowens, Bennett, and Gentile all running sub 26. And then Kineska and Testa are 5th and 6th right now. So with heat 4 added into the results, that puts the bubble time at 26:43.
Next year, you, me, Margaret, so need to have like one hell of a pregame. I feel like Soph might pregame with Sophia. Yeah. Sophia. We can get her from one of them. They're probably on athletic on that. Weston.
We still got time. Soon to be the tire. Girl.
Oh, sick.
We're on.
Yeah, Weston and Mass is all together. Marcus hasn't responded to me yet.
Weston makes some noise. Here they come.
Oh, I want to respond.
These athletes can hear you.
Wait,
Let's
we don't
go,
respond
boys.
to it back.
All right, this heat's going to be a little bit closer.
No, who do I respond to with the I'm this was? Oh,
26.
was it Margaret? Okay. Oh, it's Margaret. It's probably for the best that was Margaret. I thought it was Sophie.
That's McInnes of Bedford in lane 3, taking the closest win we've seen so far today.
I should edit her comment for you. Oh, it's raining. Oh my god, bless, we're in here.
All right, it has started raining again, so just give us a second while we cover the camera up a bit.
When I ran out of water, so now I have to resort to eating ice. Oh, I just fried.
As you can see there in the distance, it has started raining pretty severely, actually. So, not ideal, but
I don't know. How many did your last ones get? Mine like never get that many likes, dude. That's like big difference. I don't know, Zeech. I think people are not like active like 8 p.m. again. Yeah, I know. Are you kidding me? That's like prime time. It's like the only time on my phone. No, it's like 9. Because you go to bed at like 9.
2.
Yeah. Because I like take like 30 minutes to just rock before I go to sleep. I would hate to.
200 meters.
It seems like I'm gonna pass out.
all right, last heat of the girls.
But this is gonna be a fun one. How do you get people active?
Make some noise, Weston. Bring the athletes home.
Damn, she quit.
Okay, 25.
It's going to be Baptiste of Amherst Pelham taking the win on that one. All right, in just a second, once the live results pop up here, we'll see who has made it into the finals. But for now, we're going to move on to the boys 200 meters.
Check in.
All right, so officially top 6 finals qualifiers in the girls 200. It's going to be Elder of Natick, Lee Bowens of Middleborough, Bennett of Newton North, Gentile of Algonquin, Ganesca of Manchester Central, and Baptiste of Amherst Pelham. Interesting. We've got Manchester Central here tonight. All the way from New Hampshire. All right, first heat of the boys. We have got Connors of Newton North way out in front. It's going to run 21 high, 22 low. Should be pretty close to his PR of 21.87. And the fastest he's run this year.
Someone may misplace their phone. If you misplace your phone, we have it. Samsung, you have a misplaced phone. Here we go. Heat 2.
All right, second heat.
Let's bring these athletes home.
I got 3 boys in this one.
Make some noise.
Poya of Weston taking that one in pretty close. We have 10 heats of the boys 200 meters.
Hi, are you here for awards? No. Do you guys have doing a microphone up here? Are we doing a microphone up here? Or actually, it might be right over there. The high jump officials are like asking that it's turned down because it's like painfully loud when you're like under it. Yeah. So I'm gonna go just try.
That was Amir Heichel of St. John's. In Heat 5. Now we're on to Heat 6 of 10. Once again, this is just prelims, so top 6 from these heats will move on to the final, which will be later in the evening. I got Yusuf with the late push. Wins that one in 22 low, looks like. It's Yusuf of Taunton. That's Dobin of Longmeadow. Around 22 mid, 22 high there.
I don't know. I'm going to wherever you're going. I don't know where I'm going though. I don't even know what pre-com I'm going to. I know. I don't even think. Bro, I don't even want to go to my brother's pre-prom. It's fine. Like I'm gonna have fun with like the 4 friends I have. Got late night. Because it was fine when it was lightning, but not when it's raining. You know what I'm saying? You want some? Like literally he said to which. Good thing it's on a Saturday, not a Friday, because I would not be able to go to Rides. Yeah, I'm not getting off on Saturday. No, so I had like, I always say, yeah. She's like, we're working with Texas after prom. I was like, there's like, I think I'm gonna be elsewhere for the morning. So like, we're not getting home till 7 a.m. I'm not getting home.
Huge win there by Dylan of Dennis Yarmouth.
Oh my god, like, bro, I'm not even going to sleep until
Got quite a trip to get here.
yeah. Sleepover? My house. Okay, my house. Basement? Okay, no, we're taking it. Okay. To the basement. We're the basement floor. If we can even get down there. Weston, we're
We've got Ansa of Lowell in the lead. Runs 23 low, looks like.
But here's the thing, it could also be like the inverse. Like active chest piece run? Yeah. Like bro could be like a my style, like I didn't say that. I just said that he was yeah, that was really my finest moment ever. Yep, that was a great moment for me. At least I didn't call it. Like I think I sent snaps to people. Did you send me a video of me saying that? No, we sent snaps. I don't have him on I sent snaps to people, but I didn't send snaps to anyone bad. I forgot to like Linda. Somebody's gonna look at Sawyer. He's Sawyer.
That is the last heat of the 200s.
No, you need to like comment. You need to bar my phone from me, bro. I'm gonna let my phone die. My phone always dies anyways. I'm just gonna let it die. Like, bro, that's still alive. I'm about to slay
A close race here. It's Jowry on the outside winning that one over Kaseka of Lowell. So in just a few minutes we'll get the top 6 from those heats who go on to the finals.
God, it seems like you'd be like the most lightweight person ever. He's like the type where you get like depressed easily. Oh. So like it takes you a while, but oh my god. It takes me like a while before I get there. Like I need to be like really to start like sobbing crying. Because most of the time I'm like life of the party, let me do something stupid. Oh, so great. I don't feel like digging my cat house. Like an hour later. Like an hour later. I'm so fucking gone. Hello. Hey, coach said just to double check on your phones for whoever comes up for medals.
Yes,
to make sure
I
that
am.
okay. And then the winner gets a t-shirt
I know.
as well. Okay. He just wanted me to
Hi.
double check with you.
400 hurdles.
400 hurdles?
We'll see how well the Wi-Fi is working.
Probably not very well if it's anything like mine.
It's not, no.
It's really bad.
Good job, by the way.
Thank you.
400 hurdles first. Ryan,
Ryan
Kyle.
Kyle, yeah.
There should be a blue one in here. I gotta go search it. Is there like a gold? Or maybe these are all bronze. Like that's where those are all bronze. Sorry, you're actually our first stop, but you can get a t-shirt if you want.
Alright. Just any of them?
Yeah, you can pick. You might want a medium.
Medium?
Not sure extra small is gonna fit. Do they have any of the other?
A little large. Large fits me.
So I guess those are only. Where? Sorry.
That's fine.
There should be a gold and a silver. Where is Mitchell? Oh, why don't I have Monza's number? Well, why do we not have a box of silver holes?
All right, this is the first heat of the girls' 100-meter prelims.
Did you guys do boys long jump yet?
And that's Sparrow of Haverhill taking that one 13 low, roughly.
We're so stupid. I can't even embarrassing. That's okay.
We're going to have 8 heats of the girls' prelims.
Like, I could just, like, vividly imagine that happening. You're like, I don't feel anything. And then an hour later, that would be really fun. Yeah. It was literally like hanging onto the ceiling. Nothing. Thank you. Thank That would be really fun for me. I would probably, like, just... Wait, is he like vlogs about swim or not? Is he just like good at swimming? No, I think he is. Hello? Yes, we do. I don't yet. You don't know the field events. They kind of take a while. They take forever. I'm sorry. Now I have boys shot put, not long jump. Yeah, we should really plan a football season. Wait, why don't we do the same with like baseball games? Why always do football games the same?
All right, second heat off. We got a full field this time.
Are you here for awards? Come to this. He's here. See.
And that's McInnes of Bedford winning that heat.
For discus, we don't have discus yet. Sorry, the field events take a really long time to upload, and they don't give us the results. We'll come back a little later. Come look back. So like, why they do two seniors presents like this? Why do they not give us the results? I would like love to compete. Like midnight swimming would be so fun. Outdoor pool, outdoor pool, outdoors. Or indoor with fun lights. They just got new lights for CRI. I'm so excited. I play outdoor like actually I kinda hate outdoors though. No, like outdoors for actually I love outdoors. Hi.
Hi.
What event?
400 hurdles.
Yes, we have that one.
No cabell.
No Cabell? Sorry, give me 1 second. Wi-Fi is not so great.
Third.
Is your phone working? Oh, there we go. Let's go. Third bus?
Hey.
Congratulations, good job. We're at 100 feet. Comments? Okay. Oh, hi.
Do you guys get the shot put medals?
Yes, actually we
Third heat, we got Gentile of Algonquin.
what place you got?
Second.
Thomas what?
Yeah.
Sick. Which one's this? Is that? Congratulations, good job.
And in the 100 meters, we're going to have top 8 move on to the finals as we have an 8-lane straightaway, but only a 6-lane
Stoneham.
full track.
400 hurdles? Sorry. Do you know what place you got? I'll go. What's her name? Devin, you got it. Yes. I was like, let me.
All right, we do have our results from the prelims of the boys and girls 100 meter. So top 6 going through to the finals for the boys. Lago from Weston, Flan from Manchester Central, Looney from Marshfield, Bruce Sanders from Cambridge, Lewis from Ashland, and Barrows from Dearborn. And then for the girls, we've got Nugent of Pembroke, McInnes of Bedford, Pantoja of Westford, Testa of Masconomet, Sparrow of Haverhill, and Hartigan of Wakefield. Oops, excuse me. Sargent of Ludlow, McLucas of Melrose as well. So we're doing 8 in the 100 meter. And then Dylan of Dennis Yarmouth and McMahon of St. John's for the boys as well. Now we got the first heat of the girls 100 meter hurdles. Prelims lined up. We've got Ligor in lane 4 is the top overall seed with a 14.34. All right, and Ligor way out in front. She's going to be a full hurdle ahead by the time she comes through. Looks like she was in the 14s on that one. Second heat, we've got our one other athlete in the 14s today. That's Mia Lee Bowens of Middleborough in lane 4 with a 14.49. She's run 14.53 this season. So already in pretty good form early on in the season. Good start. She gets the hurdle first. And she might take this one by a full hurdle as well. More than a full hurdle. So that'll be an interesting battle in the finals between Ligor and Lee Bowens. As we're getting some more rain here. It's been kind of off and on all night. But looks like we do have some relatively heavy rain falling for the time being. Hopefully it doesn't impact these hurdlers too much. Maya Bergameska of Pembroke, winning that one. So in this one, top 8 go to the finals, and we're going to have 6 heats. So an opportunity for some more athletes. We're going to have at least a few heats where multiple athletes make it to the final. Looks like we got a false start there.
You know what's even better? We can ask him to take a photo of us. Wait, yell out at him. Yo, bro!
That's Michelle of Neshoba. That fall started and got shown the red card.
Hey, yo, what's up? Wait, Kate, move faster. I can't clap until you move. I know that. Can we get in it, please? Ow, I don't want to get up. Getting paid $150 for this? What are you recording?
All right, we're back underway here with Heat 4. This is going to be a tight one. I believe that was Diesel of Middleborough. Have to check the results on that one. Now Heat 5 of 6. We've got McClellan in lane 4 of North Reading. Came in second in the 400-meter hurdles. See if North Reading can repeat that 1-2 performance. But first, they both got to make it to the finals. Looks like McClellan's going to have a smooth ride there. She takes that one with Galbraith of Beverly right behind her. All right, now one more heat of the girls. All right, final heat is off. We've got Chandler of Natick, a pretty good lead here. She's got Varela of Weston right behind her. So those two clear the field. Have to check the results. See which of those ladies makes it into the final. Now we're going to move the hurdles back, bump them up. For the boys, 110. We're going to have 6 heats of the boys as well. Looks like the rain has slowed down again. So really back and forth with this weather. Had a thunderstorm delay, and then it was a nice sunny day. Then it rained some more. And it was dry, and then it rained again. So really luck of the draw whether your event is going to be wet or not. Although the nice thing is at this point we have no wind, because earlier when the storm blew through, it was really, really windy, and it was a headwind blowing down the straightaway, so doesn't really help the times at a sprinting meet. Top seed in this one is Ryan Kyle, winner of the 400-meter hurdles. Comes in with a 14:10 PR, which is by far the best time in the field today. He had a big win in the 400-meter hurdles earlier. Solid PR as well. So we'll see how he does in the 110. It's cooled down a little bit after that rain. It was like over 80 earlier when the meet was supposed to start. And then those thunderstorms came through and everything really cooled down. But still a pretty nice evening. Yeah, so Kyle way out in front, cruises to a, looks like just under 15, or right around there. So that should easily put him into the finals. Pretty impressive when running sub 15 looks that comfortable. Top seed in Heat 2 is Millar of Hawkinton with a 1478. Although he's run 1463 already this season. A little bit of a slow start out of the blocks and over the first couple hurdles, but Millar of Hawkinton takes that one pretty easily. Just had to warm up a bit over the first few hurdles. All right, Heat 3 is won by Devin Skiba of Ludlow. He's got another sub 15 seed time. All right, this is heat 4 of 6. Got Pryor of Westfield out in front.
Zeech, I'm coming back up. Okay, I'm back. I went to go say hi to my work friend. She's very, very sweet. Hi, live stream. I'll just.
Heat 5, it's Peyton Smith of Peabody. Now we're getting ready for our 6th and final heat of the boys 110 hurdle prelims. And then after this heat, everything for the rest of the evening will be finals. We've got the 400s up next, then the 200s, the 100s, the short hurdles, and then some relays. All right, last heat. Got Rosen of Chelmsford in the lead. And he's going to take that one, 15 low. All right, so we're just getting the hurdles off the track, and then we're going to have the 400 meter. And this will be finals of the 400 meter. We're going to have 7 heats of the girls and 8 heats of the boys. Last to the 400, we got Braham of Dennis Yarmouth way out in front. Seated with a 55.97.
One of my friends' boyfriend's friends. I have like none from this school because like everyone would
And she's got almost 50 meters on the rest of the field here. Woo! She's going to run 54 high, looks like. So that's almost a full second. Actually, it might be more than a full second off her PR. That is a crazy time.
And then we have this was, and then we have just like other various yelling. You know, other various ones. Yeah. Like, Mark, Roland's gonna get any friends? What? They're all gonna be like Asian Nation though. She literally said, I don't think she has many boyfriends last time. I don't give a shit. Tell them to be over 6 foot. I did. I literally said they just have to be over. She said I'll tell them that they have to be over 6 foot. Alex he's so lucky 5'11", huh? He's so hungry. He honestly might be short. The only Asian dude that's over 6 foot currently is like Ian. Is he over 6 foot? Yeah. Yeah, that's the only. God, Jake or Sam. Oh, those are the only two people I can think of over 6 foot. Grace Sam. She's like literally 5'10". She's my height. Like that's the only. Those are the only Asian guys I can think of over 6 foot. Who else? Is Ryuji over 6 foot? Yeah, he is. Okay, then him. No, Ryuji's going with Natalie, bro. I know. He's over 6 foot. I also can't do that to Aya. She was talking to him. Now, granted, she ended things, but like, you know. It's just like awkward. No, I didn't fuck with it. Who's Andrew going with? I just want to know who.
Close race here in the first heat of the boys 400.
She better not go with him.
A Matthew Stick of Weston runs 52 mid. Should be a PR for him. This is the finals of the girls 200. We got Kineska of Manchester Central, Bennett of Newton North, Elder of Natick, Lee Bowens of Middleborough, Gentile of Algonquin, and Baptiste of Amherst Pelham. It's going to be Elder winning that one. A little spill there at the finish, but it's after the line, so still a solid race. So once again, the winner of the 200-meter finals is Chloe Elder of Natick, a junior.
She's like actually like Bill's next. She looks so. Wait, you want to see my favorite thing ever? My entire team and I were making fun of this shit. Where's the photo shoot she did with her?
All right, now we got the boys 200-meter finals. We've got Yusuf Taunton, Barros of Dearborn, Connors of Newton North, Dylan of Dennis Yarmouth, Heichel of St. John's, and Dobin of Longmeadow.
Brand literally goes so far. That's a joke. She's like not ridiculously ugly. She looks different in a cap than she does with her hair down. I would have made this the cover one. I feel like that's one cuter. What the fuck is that called? Just everything about it.
All right, here we go, 200-meter final.
Sky, bro.
It's going to be Barros of Dearborn in lane 2 there with the lead. Connors of Newton North right behind him. And Barros is going to hold on. Great race from him. Came into the finals seated 3rd and takes the win. Next up, we're going to have the girls 100-meter finals. Right in the finals of the girls 100 meter, we've got Sargent of Ludlow, Sparrow of Haverhill, Pantoa of Westford, Nugent of Pembroke, McInnes of Bedford, Testa of Masconomet, Hardigan of Wakefield, and McLucas of Melrose.
It's not even obvious on her either. Like mine is obvious. Oh, Sophie, you can go to prom with me. Can we FaceTime? Just FaceTime her. Literally just do it. Sophie, get off her. Give it up, Sophie, what's your middle name? Sophie. Boy, her video.
All right, we're off here. Pretty even start. But we've got Nugent in the lead. Be real close at the finish line. I believe she held on there.
Hey, has somebody told you about like with Lorenzo yet?
And we can see on the replay that is Sadie Nugent of Pembroke taking the win. Looks like McInnes of Bedford on the outside there in lane 5.
Is this where we get medals? Yes, it is. What event? What place? Fourth, sixth place, 400. Congratulations. Sorry, I was like
So now moving on to the boys 100 meter finals, we've got Dylan of Dennis Yarmouth, Lewis of Ashland, Looney of Marshfield, Lago of Weston, Flan of Manchester Central, Bruce Sanders of Cambridge, Barrows of Dearborn, and McManaman of St. John's. So Lago coming in with the #1 seed here. He's got a 10.92. Caesar Flan right next to him. They're in lanes 4 and 5, and Flan has a 10.97. They're the only two athletes coming in with a sub 11. But then in lane 3 and 6 on either side of them, we've got Looney and Bruce Sanders that have run 11.04 and 11.05 respectively. And Looney there in lane 3 from Marshfield actually has the top PR with a 10.81, so keep an eye on him. It's a pretty good start. And yeah, he's in it there in lane 3, but Lago looks like he's just a half step ahead. And looked like he threw up the celly there at the end. Pretty close one. All right, next up we've got the 100 meter hurdles. So we're going to take a second. Hurdle crew's going to set the hurdles up for us on the straightaway. All right, looks like we're doing 110 hurdles first. Switching it up here. So for the 110 hurdle finals, we're going to have Rosen of Chelmsford, Smith of Peabody, Millar of Hopkinton, Skiba of Ludlow, Kyle of Westford, Pryor of Westfield, Adams of Catholic Memorial, and Baronetsky of North Reading. So they're getting in the blocks right now. All right, Kyle out very well here. Looks super, super smooth. We saw him cruise to a 14 high in the prelims. Yikes, that was fast. That was very, very close to 14 flat. PR is 14.10, so I think that one was pretty close, if not a PR. But yeah, he comes in actually as the second seed in the finals, but kind of lit up the last 10 meters or so in the prelims, so expected him to put on a show in the finals, and he did not disappoint. Once the official results for that come up, I'll make sure to read them out. But yeah, that was a really, really fast time from Ryan Kyle to win the 110 hurdle finals. So now we're going to do the girls 100-meter hurdles. In this one, we have Varela of Weston, Galbraith of Beverly, McClellan of North Reading, Ligor of North Reading, Lee Bowens of Middleborough, Bergameska of Pembroke, Chandler of Natick, and Scanlon of Framingham. A lot of those are familiar names at this point in the evening. Top seed in this is Ligor in lane 4 with a 14:57. She's the only one that ran sub 15 in the prelims, although Lee Bowens has a PR of 14:49, so those two should have a pretty good battle, as well as Ligor's teammate McClellan, who came in second to her in the 400 hurdles. She's in lane 3.
She's done it before. She has 100% done it before.
All right, looks like the hurdles are ready to go. Girls are just getting some practice starts in.
You guys know where we get the medals? Oh, right here? Yeah. 400. First.
Oh, congratulations. You can get a t-shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. And these all the...
Yeah, there's not a very large variety.
Is it all large? Or...
Yeah, well, you know, I think there's some smalls.
This, I think a large is fine. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Reese, they're up here.
Okay, so I wasn't the only one.
What the fuck? Get your shoes on. I don't want to see your fucking feet.
I'm so sorry. I just would like to apologize again. Hello.
Hi.
What place for what event?
Second for the 2.
Oh my god. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job. Oh thank god. Your shoes this time. I didn't even look at him. Hi. What place or what event?
200-meter finals, I think second?
I can check. We can check that. If you definitively know your place and what event, I'm definitely this one.
200 hurdles? No.
200 what?
200 finals.
This one. Okay, I was like, what the fuck?
You know your place.
Yeah. Okay. Are you Reese Converse?
All right, here we go. We got a fair start Lee Bowens gets out in the lead, and then Lagore comes storming back, and she just completely separates from the field. Yeah, Lee Bowens had a bit of a better start up to the first hurdle or two than Lagore. But, yeah, just that top speed and just maintain that momentum all the way through from Lagore, and she just ran away with it. But, yeah, those two well separated from the rest of the field.
It was for the 400. What place? Third. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, what event?
All right, now it is time for the relays. We're going to have the SMR to start off.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
No.
Hi, fourth place for the 400.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so then we only do top place. Congratulations, though. We're doing medals in here if you want your medals.
All right, so tonight we're actually doing two distances of the SMR. First up, we're going to have the 1,600-meter SMR, which is a 200, 200, 400, 800. And then we'll also have the 1,000 SMR, which is 100, 200, 300, 400.
Come on, Margaret, lock the fuck in. Yeah, Margaret. We were making fun of him when we did it. You're better. We have a whole hate club. Yeah. Oh my god. But we came up with the funniest idea for a proposal. Be the Brolin to my Jolin. And then get matching Brolin to whatever Jolin you own. And just walk out of the locker room bathroom with a sign during practice.
We're gonna steal such an Emma next year.
right, we're finally ready to go. So this is the first heat of the girls' 1600 SMR.
Nola's at a party, isn't she?
Ooh. Misfire there. So first heat, we got Minchog, Masconomet, and LS.
400 hurdles and 100 hurdles.
You won the 400, right?
Second and won the 400 hurdles, second in the 400 hurdles.
Second.
And then I also got, we have both 100 hurdles. This is first? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you.
What else did you get?
I'm not really sure what I got.
Oh, that's good.
Pick up medals.
Yep. What place? What event?
200 meter, Lucas, third place.
Yes. Third place. Wonderful.
All right, LS out to an early lead there.
That was for 400. This one.
So they're going to hand off there at the 200 mark.
I think there's only larges left.
And then they're going to run another 200.
Okay.
They're going to hand off at the start-finish line. So LS still in the lead coming on to the straightaway.
I gotta say, they did a good job with the new guns.
Yeah, I really love the colors.
Hi. What about what place?
Should I just go to the final first?
A little rough on the handoff there for LS. So now she's going to run, or our third legs here, all of them are going to run a 400 meter. So one full lap, and they'll hand off at the start-finish line again. And then the final legs will run an 800 meter.
I got third in the 100 hurdles, and I'm not sure what place in the long jump, but we can look that up for you. Oh wait, this looks like it was there. Thank you.
So LS still leading going into the final leg, but obviously this final leg pretty important because it is the longest leg by far. So obviously a gap like that in, say, a 200, probably not going to be able to be overcome, but in an 800, it's reasonable.
All right, everybody. I'm going to be taking over for Davio here as, again, we are here with the 1600 meter SMR. Got the first heat of the girls. I'm sure most of you here have already know where we're at, but I'm just quickly hopping in here. Coming back over from the distance side of the Weston Twilight Invitational. Looks like we have Lincoln Sudbury in the lead, but coming up right behind them is Midjog. Coming in to close. They can make the pass. Coming in to finish first overall in the first heat. Right around time. Of around 4:32. So that'll complete our first heat of the girls' 1600 meters SMR. So we move on to the second heat. So again, just coming off of the distance side of the distance for the festival, excuse me. I completed the 5K. You had the 2K steeplechase, 800 meters, mile, 2 mile. We had a very good, eventful time there. Brief delay with the weather here as well as there. But overall, been a really great meet and exciting event here, especially weekend. We had the New Hampshire Distance Festival just yesterday, mixed with the BSR Elite events. The Elite 800 and mile. But now we've got a good mix of everything here today with field events and sprinting events today. Again, we have the second heat of the girls SMR, Amherst Pelham Regional, Northampton, Noshaba Regional, Newton South, and Dennis Yarmouth Regional. We are getting set here. And we're off. Second heat of the girls 1600 SMR underway. Amherst Regional coming in with the number 1 time, 4:12:23. Again, don't have a potentially up-to-date list on who our runners are. 2 200s, a 4 and an 8. Coming through the split. Going to be around 26-27 for the first one. That looks to be Amherst Pelham up at the front. Followed by Newton South. Coming in, Amherst Pelham with a commanding lead coming down this straightaway into the 400-meter leg. It's looking at 54 between both 200-meter legs. Amherst Pelham well out into the lead, about 15-20 meter gap over Newton South. So it's battle for second right now. I believe that is Noshaba up in second. They are closing in on Amherst Pelham, though. So Amherst Pelham's 20-meter lead has now closed in this 400-meter leg. Over the shoulder, now ahead. Noshaba has moved ahead of Amherst Pelham, and now it's going to come down to the 800-meter leg. Coming through 153. It's going to be the split there. Amherst Pelham now moving into third. I believe that is Northampton moving into second. followed by Newton South. So now Northampton closing in. Coming into the final lap of the 800. Northampton has now made the pass and has moved into first. Newton South now into third. So in second, I'm pretty sure it may be Dennis Yarmouth. Newton South moving up. Great kick on the backstretch for Newton South. They may be trying to gain on Northampton. What a leg from Newton South. They're moving all the way up by Northampton. Again, I wish I had a live split to see what Newton South has closed in, because she has come all the way back from third. There's about a 40-meter gap between Northampton and Newton South. And then they close in 4:19 is going to be the unofficial time for Newton South. Northampton around 4:24. Rest of the field comes in under 4:30. Amherst Pelham 4:32 to close out the final heat of the girls 1600-meter SMR. That was a heck of a race from Newton South. And if that was correct on the sheet, that was Frawley of Newton South closing the gap for the 800-meter leg. As we move right along to the boys 1600-meter SMR, I believe.
I can double check that. I'll double check both of them. So I'm sure.
I'm not sure. I sold to my guy and I think I got it wrong.
So again, concluding the girls SMR 1600-meter SMR, we're going to move over to the boys 1600-meter SMR.
What's the name?
We've got Chelsea, Northampton, Longmeadow, and Minichog.
And then let me just find long jump. It's going to be a little less long. That's distance. That's jab. High jump.
I want to take a look over at field events. We've got quite a bit of results here. I'm sure Davio did a great job going through some of these here. Before we get into that, want to get ready for this first heat of the boys SMR. Got starting command given. Gun is up. Set is given, and we're a go. We're off. Boys SMR, first heat.
Oh, shit, he missed. Who is that? Wait, what? Is that us? Is that Weston?
Looks like Longmeadow up at the front.
No, not us. Wait, why? Longmeadow, like, good at everything. Longmeadow was like, well, okay, well, Longmeadow isn't good at everything. They just had one girl who's really good. And then, like, one guy's really good. Yeah, she's that one.
Longmeadow followed by Northampton. Then Chelsea, then Minichog. All right, into the 400-meter leg. Longmeadow ahead of Northampton. Longmeadow closing in. Going through 138 on the clock. Followed by Northampton. Chelsea, the Minichoke. Now into the 800-meter leg. So quite a bit of distance between these four teams. Got pretty equidistant, probably about 20 meters between each runner. So again, Longmeadow came through and got the baton at around 138. So 400 split here, looking at about 59-60 for Longmeadow. Longmeadow still with the lead. Northampton in second, Chelsea in third, Minichoke in fourth. Longmeadow now closing in. Northampton has closed the gap a bit, but it's going to be too little, too late. .347, .349 for those two teams. Chelsea closes in. Minichoke right behind them. Going to be around .359 for Chelsea and .403 for Minichoke. So we move right along to our next heat of the boys 1600-meter SMR. Got Amherst, Pelham, Hopkinton, Dearborn, Stam Academy, Revere, Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin, and Wakefield Memorial. Then quickly, as our second heat gets ready to go, we're going to take a quick look at our field events once again. Boys pole vault. We have Mitchell Wu of Belmont winning with clearing a height of 14 feet. For the boys long jump, Kieran Miller of North Reading wins with a jump of 22 feet 8 inches. Girls long jump, Gabrielle Pierre of Lincoln Sudbury Regional wins with a jump of 18 feet 10 inches. Girls high jump, Aubrey Smagula of Westford Academy clearing a height of 5 feet 2 inches to win that. Starting command given the boys 1600 meters SMR second heat. Looks like we only have 3 teams in here. And we're off. With it being this late, there is really no surprise here with some teams not being in. Time right now is 10:48 p.m. Into the second heat. Going into the 400-meter leg. Amherst Pelham moving into second. Amherst Pelham looking to challenge. Amherst Pelham moving up front. Now moving into the 800-meter leg. Amherst Pelham in 1, followed by Wakefield Memorial. Followed by Dearborn STEM Academy. Going through 2:33 on the bell lap.
Girls SMR. Newton South.
He has one.
Yeah.
Insane last lap, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, for it.
And then I actually fear we don't have enough t-shirts. Oh. I think you guys would like one to share.
I literally don't even think we have
Hey, we
one.
have 4. We have 4? We have 4. Perfect. Last t-shirts of the night. Thank you so much.
T-shirts?
Yeah. Large and
Thank
big.
you.
Small. So. I will large. I don't know, grab random one.
Amherst Pelham coming around the finish. Wakefield and Dearborn right on their tail. And it's going to look like going to finish in that order. Amherst Pelham going to win this one 3:35. Followed by Wakefield 3:38. And Dearborn 3:41, 3:42. And that's going to conclude the boys 1600-meter SMR. As we're going to go along to the girls 1000-meter SMR. This one's going to be a little bit different. Looks like I've got my crew joining back with me.
So it's, yeah.
So we've got an interesting event here. We've got the 1000-meter SMR. This one's a little bit different. I think the other name for it's called Swedish SMR.
So there's a sprint medley relay and
Yeah.
there's a Swedish relay.
Okay, Swedish. We're talking about a Swedish med relay here, and I believe it starts with the 100, 200, 300, 400. I believe those are the 4 legs. So we go 100 all the way up to the 4. So we're going to be starting all the way on the other side of the track at the 200-meter start for the 100.
I can check mine, but mine's less likely to load than yours.
Again, this is the first time I have personally seen one of these before. This is the first time I've heard of it and going to be seeing it.
I know, I want to find this for you.
4.
Congratulations.
No, I don't really want.
So we're going to be introducing that heat.
This is no, these are all tabled. It's like that.
So girls, 1,000 meter SMR starting off with Stoneham. Also go with Massaconamit Regional, Westford Academy, Chelsea, and Concord Carlisle.
Here's a report. You too. Great job.
All right, we're waiting to see our first call. Davio, did you go over field event results? I've been starting to go over them, but all right, I just got a shake of the head, so that means I'm going to continue doing that as we wait for the start of our Swedish sprint medley relay, so to speak. So where was I in field events? I think I was over at boys high jump. We have Andrew Bertucci of St. John's Prep winning and clearing a height of 6 feet 4 inches, and that's all we're gonna have time for before we get started on our first heat of the girls' 1,000 meter SMR. And I think we're gonna get called back because the PA announcer is still going. We're not gonna be able to hear the gun. So I think. Oh, I don't think that was the case. I think we might have just had a jump, and we're off. Couldn't hear the gun there, so just gonna have to go off. That clock may be a little bit off here. But here we go, first 100. Going through about 13:14. All the way on outside, Concord Carlisle in the lead. Followed by, looks to be Westford Academy in second. It's now into the 300-meter leg. Concord Carlisle pulling away from Westford Academy, but coming in on the inside is Stoneham. Stoneham now passing second in Westford Academy. Concord Carlisle already around the corner. Pulling through, going into the anchor leg of the 400 meters. All the way through in 1:27. And I believe here it looks like we have a cut-in. Loud once we get to the 400 meters. Concord Carlisle followed by, that looks to be Chelsea. Concord Carlisle from start to finish. They're going to be finishing this up. But they have company coming in hot. But Concord Carlisle kicks it in full gear down the straightaway. Concord Carlisle finishes second. Followed by Massaconamit and Chelsea. So we're going to reset for now our second heat of the girls' 1,000 meter SMR. We've got Pentucket Regional, Woburn, Memorial, Foxborough, Melrose, and Gloucester. Going back to our field events. Boys shot put, Alex Jackson from Peabody Veteran Memorial winning with a throw of 61 feet 5 1/4 inches. Girls shot put, Madeline Goncalves of Haverhill winning with a throw of 42 feet 7.5 inches. Girls triple jump, Megan Hurd of Gloucester winning with a jump of 36 feet 8.5 inches. Boys triple jump, Noah Mulligan of Norwell winning with a jump of 46 feet 4 inches. Girls discus, Jasmine Dasudo of Durfee winning a throw of 108 feet and 3 inches. Boys discus, Alex Jackson, back-to-back champion of Peabody Veteran Memorial, 165 feet and 6 inches. Boys javelin throw, Matthew St. Cyr of Walpole, throw of 185 feet and 7 inches. Girls javelin throw, Max Casanelli of Taunton, 109 feet 11 inches. Sorry, excuse me, girls. My apologies. And then for boys, shot put wheelchair, Angel Hernandez, Amherst Pelham, 8 feet 8 3/4 inches. As we are already in set and off. Second heat of the girls 1,000 meter SMR. So here we go, well off to a huge lead. That looks to be Melrose. Again, this is a 200-meter leg. Melrose followed by Woburn, then Foxborough. As we can see, some of the fog kind of rolling in here on the infield. So we get to the next handoff, a little slow for Melrose as it gives time for Woburn to bring themselves back in, potentially in this 300-meter leg. So now coming down into the 400-meter leg of the Swedish relay. Again, we have Melrose followed by Woburn, then Gloucester, then Foxborough. So it's going to be a tight race for second in this second heat, but Melrose commanding this one. And the gap is starting to close between Woburn and Melrose, but this could get pretty close. As this is actually Pentucket closing in on second, followed by Woburn and Foxborough, but Melrose is going to take this second heat for the girls. Swedish relay, 2:27 unofficially. Pentucket 2:30. Woburn 2:32. Foxborough 2:34. As we're going to move right along to the boys Swedish relay. We've got 3 heats. We've got Concord, Carlisle, Norwell, Cambridge, Fringe, and Latin all in the first heat. Again, pretty interesting relay. Never really get to see the 300 meters as a distance get run outdoors. You see it a lot of times on the indoors, but being outdoors is definitely interesting. You see it 300 hurdles At least in New Hampshire, not sure. Here in Massachusetts. Again, we're here at Weston High School. You're watching Bay State Running, powered by Marathon Sports. Today's coverage sponsored by Hoka. Also want to give a quick shout out over to our timers. Kick to the finish timing. You're timing today's sprint, and as well as getting our field event results. So again, this is our second to last, actually third to last event of the night.
I have been here for 9 hours. Huh? Well, you're getting paid.
So we're already off. Didn't be able to get to hear the gun here.
My God.
But we got 2 teams in this heat. Here we go, clean handoff over to the 300 meters.
I'm so good at it. I don't say that about many things in this world. Finding people's information on the internet, I'm very good at that.
So I believe this is Norwell.
Like Z10, I could probably find like the name of your like brain on there.
And I believe Concord Carlisle.
Alex's dad.
Concord Carlisle followed by Norwell. Coming up into the 400 meter leg. Around 75, 76, 77 going through.
Okay, 10 seconds. You can time me. Okay, let's see. Cecilia!
Again, we have 3 heats of this as we are closing in on our final stretch of our first heat. Concord Carlisle about 10 to 15 meters ahead of Norwell.
Girls SMR, I think we were second. Northampton.
Concord Carlisle finishes strong.
Nothing's like loading anymore, so we're just gonna take people's word for it. Results are out, so. And also we have
Official time 2:08.
no, the results just like aren't out.
Oh, okay.
All right, going into our second heat of the boys Swedish relay.
Oh, am I going, was it Grandpa? Found it.
Is this where you get the medals?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so Stoneham for girls for the SMR. 6th.
6. Congratulations. 1, 2, 3, 4. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's fine.
Found it, Z-Chan.
And we're off here, second heat.
10. Wait, let me double check.
Send him a screenshot.
Oh, look at me go.
Second heat is Gloucester, Amherst, Pelham, Hopkinton, and Foxborough.
That is like deadly.
It looks like this one only has 2 in the heat. It's Amherst, Pelham, and Foxborough.
What's your find the name of his grandmother?
That's way too good.
His grandmother's
Way too funny.
It's top 6. Oh shit, he died like last 30 years.
Going into the 300 meter leg. Amherst Pelham still ahead of Foxborough. Now coming into the final leg, 400-meter leg. Amherst Pelham going through 115, 116, 117. Now Foxborough is closing in on Amherst Pelham. This could get close on the final straightaway unless there is a final kick. It looks like Amherst Pelham kicks the second gear. Closes strong. But Foxborough trying to reel him in. That's going to be too little too late. Almost there. Got closer than I thought. 2:12 for both teams. That was a close one between those two. But I believe Amherst Pelham will come away with the victory in the second heat as we move to Heat 3 of the boys Swedish relay. In this heat, looks like we have Westford Academy, Ashland, Longmeadow, Woburn, Lawrence, and Pentucket. Again, we're getting the third and final heat of the boys 1,000-meter SMR ready. We've already gone through all of the field event results today. If you want to take a look back at those once more, you can head over to athletic.live, timing and results given by Kick to the Finish.
Is this where we get the medals? Yes, it is. We got first place in the Swedish SMR.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Do we know if we officially?
So again, first command given for the last heat.
Thank you.
You might have put me up to a task that I can't accomplish. You know, I wasn't. That's actually like a new level of bad. Maybe it's already in this test, I'm sure.
It's actually like my go-to at this point. ChatGPT
Gun is up.
my favorite website ever. Hey boy, why is this music on over?
Looks like we're going to have them stand up. We're going to reset here for this third heat.
Anyways.
So it looks like we have 4 teams. I only see 4 teams on the track. Could be one obscured from view. And we're off. Third and final heat of the Swedish relay. 4 teams. Pentucket out in front. Followed by Longmeadow, then Ashland, then Westford Academy. So Pentucket still out in front in the far lane. Battle for second between Ashland and Longmeadow, followed by Westford. Going into the 300-meter leg. Good handoff by Longmeadow to get ahead of Ashland to challenge Pentucket for the lead. Westford is clawing their way back. And now they are back in the mix. Great leg here for Westford Academy. Pentucket getting closed in by Longmeadow. Going through it around 71, 72, 73, 74. It's now Longmeadow in the lead ahead of Pentucket. Ashland trying to move up on the shoulder of Pentucket in the far stretch. Westford Academy still trying to make their way back in. Going into the turn, Ashland makes the pass, going into second now. Making their way, trying to get to Longmeadow. Longmeadow trying to close in. But now Pentucket putting in another gear to beat back Ashland. But it's going to be Longmeadow to take this one. 2:03, Pentucket 2:04. Ashland 2:05, excuse me, and Westford Academy around 2:09. Gonna close that one up. That is our final heat for the boys 1,000 meter SMR, otherwise known as the Swedish Medley. That was a pretty fun event to watch, pretty different from what we've seen around. As we are going to move right along to our girls 4x200 meter relay. So we're only going to have one heat for the girls 200 meter relay. We have Amherst Pelham, Framingham, Westford Academy, and Archbishop Williams. Amherst Pelham comes in with a number one time of 1:43.29. So again, to close out the night, we have four more races, but two more events. We've got the girls 4x2, boys 4x2, and then the mixed 4x400 meter relay.
I've changed my profile picture like 4 times now. It's like bad. Is that like a cute profile picture? I think I look cute. You should make that your profile picture. Hi.
Do we come up here for medals?
Yes, you do. What
I
place
think
was
we
that?
were third in the Swedish Medley.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
Here's 3.
Oh, thank you. This is 4.
Is it 4? I thought it was only 3.
I think it's 3.
Maybe I've been here for like 9 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to go.
I just saw McDonald's cake.
Yay! I'm so excited for me.
Not that you don't look pretty in that one. I don't know. You do what you want.
Looks like we are ready to give the starting commands.
That's the one.
Looks like we are ready to give start here.
Hello, tell me you have a smart printer, but I'll tell them you have a smart printer.
They're done.
No, they're not. I see people. Tell me you have a smart printer without telling me you have a smart printer.
Oh, what the hell? What the frick?
Tell me without telling me you wrote. Do you know how much longer this meet's gonna be?
Get 4x2s and it makes 4x4 remaining.
So there's like 2 more races.
Yeah, I think they generally go kind of quick.
Yeah, they're not gonna be that long. And then literally, I'm not helping clean up. I've been here for too many hours. Sorry.
Here we go. We've given the starting command for the girls 4x2. First and only heat. And we're off. Again, Amherst, Pelham, Framingham, Westford Academy, and Archbishop Williams. Although, do we have all 4 teams? We sure do.
Hi.
Medals for the Swedish relay.
Yes, what place?
And as they do,
Second, I think.
Amherst, Pelham moving right to the front.
Alright.
I've been here for like 9
See what the
hours.
first split is here, coming through at around 26-27.
Yeah, that's 4. Congratulations, guys. You might want
Amherst,
that.
Pelham.
Yeah, that's true.
Now Framingham trying to chase down Archbishop Williams on the outside. Westford Academy in the back. But it's going to be Amherst Pelham all at the front. Going to get a 4-inch split here around 55-56 for Amherst Pelham.
Oh.
It's a battle for second between Westford and Archbishop Williams. Looks to be Archbishop Williams moving ahead of Framingham, I believe. As we go into the final handoff for Amherst Pelham.
Longmeadow Swedish medley relay.
What place?
I think
Amherst Pelham looks to be the ones that are going to come away with the victory here today at the 26th annual Twilight Invite here at Weston.
I bet you're right. If it's even up, if not, I'm just gonna move it too.
if it's not up to it, it's you never know.
We're going to close in. Final time 148. 152, 154.
SMR 1000, I think.
That's some, like, and the question is because it goes just like, I don't think it's up yet.
201.
That's my guess.
Thank you anyway. I'll probably be back.
What place?
5th? Does it even matter?
To be honest,
It's a relay, so it's 4.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was individual or not.
So that's going to conclude the girls 4x200 meters. Moving on to the boys.
She's talking about me. That's awkward.
We have supposedly 6 in
Totally believe that you ran the
this
girls.
heat.
Was it Swedish? Was it short, the sprint?
Only seeing one team right now. Be interesting if
You got that.
I mean, I'm going to wear them all the way down there, so who's...
I'd be surprised to see only one team out there.
Please clean up our campus.
And it looks like we have more of our teams coming in. It looks like we got 2 teams for the boys, 4x2 for now. And it'll be the one and only heat. So if it's correct, we're going to have Hopkinton and Catholic Memorial. Catholic Memorial, see that 130.82, Hopkinton 136 flat. So we've now moved our mixed 4x4s into just one heat. We still do have girls pole vault going on right now. Fortunately, we won't be able to get coverage of that. We're only going to be able to catch the running events. So if you want to catch pole vault, you're going to have to check over at athletic.live for the final results for that, as well as our other field events. We are already underway for the boys 4x200. Now going into the first handoff that was a little bit missed by Hopkinton. I don't think we have anybody to signal if it was a fair handoff or not, but Catholic Memorial in front, followed by Hopkinton. Going to our 400 split, it's 48. Going through. And Hopkinton flying with this ahead of Catholic Memorial.
Hello.
Hi.
What place? What event?
You got fourth.
And Hopkinton has put on some distance between themselves and Catholic Memorial.
Thank you. Was I supposed to get some numbers too?
Now going to the final leg. Hopkinton, clean handoff on the far end.
Another. Hi.
Take 3.
Third in the 4x2.
I love that you guys are coming.
Hopkinton is currently in lane 2.
Out of here, thank you.
I know, I've been here for 9 hours. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah. I've been here since like 4. I'm like, I don't. Ready to go.
Hopkinton closes in around 135. Followed by Catholic Memorial 140, 141 unofficially. That closes out our second to last event. Going over to our mixed 4x400 meter relay. Another unique event that we do not get seen run at the high school level. So it's great to see a lot of these events get run here at such a unique event. Again, this is the 26th annual Weston Twilight event. We had the distance section run over at Regis College, not too far down the way. Myself and Greg Hall were just over there. Had a blast with some weather and such, but it was a great meet, and now we're concluding with
Do you know if you have results for one of the relays?
All right, once again, mixed 4x400 meter relay. This is going to cap it off for, again, the 26th annual This is Bay State Running, powered by Marathon Sports. Today's meet coverage sponsored by Hoka. So again, this is a wonderful event and great weekend once again with Bay State Running. Here, as again, we're going to have, I believe we're going to have a full heat of 6 teams. We have Woburn Memorial, Beverly, Westfield, Belmont, Melrose, and Amherst Pelham. You can already see the infield has cleared out quite a bit as this is our final event. So once again, thanks to all of you for staying with us through this whole event. All right, looks like we are ready to give our starting commands here for our only heat of the mixed 4x4. And we're actually going to wait a moment as I believe we had the wrong set for blocks. So we're going to take a quick moment. All right, we have our starting command given. Gun is up. Guns off, and we're a go for the mixed 4x4. Final event of the night. And it looks like Beverly on the inside has already broken some of the stagger. Moving forward through. Beverly already making up ground, so I'd say they're clearly in first, challenging Amherst Pelham. Now coming in is Westfield, right behind Beverly with a great kick. Gonna see what this first split is. We're going through it around 52-53 for the first leg. Now we alternate to the girls. So we're doing a 3-turn stagger. They're allowed to cut in now to the cones. See, now the fog has very much rolled in on this infield. It looks to be, I believe that is Beverly up front getting challenged on the outside, coming around by Amherst Pelham. Amherst Pelham up front, followed by Beverly, then Westfield. Amherst Pelham has about 20 to 30 meters over Beverly. Westfield out in third, getting challenged from Woburn. But it's still Amherst Pelham. It's a battle for third. Woburn moving ahead into third past Westfield. Trying to chase down Beverly. But Amherst Pelham already got through the handoff. Already halfway through the turn.
I have the medal for not 4x1, SMR.
SMR, what place?
First.
First, congratulations.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Oh, look at that.
Amherst Pelham looking to take the victory here.
Congratulations.
Then it is Beverly, then Westfield, then Woburn,
Hello. What place? What event?
then I believe Melrose.
Congratulations.
Amherst Pelham closing in on the finish. Beverly has closed the gap, but they're still too far ahead. Amherst Pelham is going to take this one.
Second place.
Is that a second?
This one says second.
Unofficial time, 3:44. Beverly, 3:45, 3:46. Westfield closing in 3:50, 3:51. Woburn 3:53 and Melrose 3:55. Followed by Belmont. Closing in here at 4:02. And that is going to do it for tonight's events here at Westfield High School. This was the sprint and field section.
Weston.
My apologies. I meant Weston. I was think
That says Weston.
just thinking of the relay with Westfield in it. It's been a late night as once again we had
Out to anyone else who comes by.
I'm just gonna let him have free range, but that's fine.
Sounds good to me, honestly.
so we're gonna close it out here. Again, check over athletic.live for any results here. Gonna wrap it up here. This is Bay State Running, powered by Marathon Sports. Our coverage sponsored by Hoka. As we're gonna cut it off here. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you for joining us.